Good morning, everyone, or maybe good afternoon or evening, depending where you're joining us from. Welcome here to the launch pad. You are looking at a live view of Launch Complex 39B at NASA Kennedy Space Center, where NASA teams are getting ready to conduct their official go, no go to begin the tanking operations test here today. This is not a launch attempt, so we do not expect to see any fire today. We do not expect to see SLS launch off the pad. Orion is powered down. The ICPS is powered down. This is just a critical tanking operations test to make sure that they were able to fix some of those leaks that they were having issues with over the last couple launch attempts, to set them up for a possible launch attempt on September 27th, or just next week, heading back to the moon for the first time in 50 years. So we're hoping everything goes well today. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad, and as I said, this is our live coverage of today's critical tanking operations test of Artemis 1. Here at the Launchpad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. So if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, and subscribe so you never miss another live launch coverage, space briefing, space news update, or exclusive one-on-one interview. We're excited to have you here with us. As we get started, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Throughout today, I'm going to be answering your guys' comments and questions live. We're also, of course, going to be patching in NASA Mission Control, listening in during the critical tanking test to hear updates. We're not sure what that coverage from NASA will be like, but we're expecting it to be similar to the first two launch attempts, with Daryl giving us updates periodically through the tanking test. We have finally had an update from NASA late last night on the key events that will be taking place during the tanking operations test, and we'll be updating our overlays there to give you an idea. But right now, teams have entered a built-in hold in the countdown, and this is a good question on why does it say L-8 hours, 54 minutes, 5 seconds now, where if you had joined a little bit prior to the show, you would have seen that was quite a bit lower count. This is now the simulated T0. This is the simulated countdown to launch that NASA is now operating under. They will not pass L-40 minutes here today. They will be running to that 3 p.m. mark. That is where they will do cutoff and critical staging of Artemis 1. We will not be running through a full wet dress rehearsal like we saw them do in the past, where they tried to get down to 30 seconds. Not all of our SLS and Orion are powered up, so they are not going to be running fully into the count. Today's test is specifically to test fuel loading into the first stage, that core stage, the orange stage on your screen, and the second stage, the ICPS, and they're going to be pushing both into the topping stages. So they're going to not just put a little bit of fuel in there, they're going to fill this pretty much up to make sure that even with full pressure in these tanks, they are able to not have any leaks, because they want to go for a good launch attempt on September 27th next week. So, a couple major milestones that we'll be looking for. Obviously, right now, teams are conducting a weather and tanking briefing. We do expect at L-8 hours, 40 minutes, or at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, that the launch team will decide if they are go or no-go to begin tanking operations, and then Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, the launch director, will also give her go, no-go to begin tanking ops. If everything goes well at L-8 hours, 15 minutes, or 7:25 Eastern, that's when we expect them to begin chill down of the core stage liquid oxygen transfer line, officially beginning the critical tanking test. Now, over the course of those next few hours, we will go through a number of chill down sequences for the different lines, as well as slow fill and fast fill. And the fast fill is the ones where we're really going to be watching to see if there is any sort of leak detected. That's where we saw those leaks before. Those tests are expected to begin at L-7 hours, 5 minutes, all the way through L-4 hours, 15. That is the fast fill for the liquid oxygen on the core stage. From L-6 hours, 10 minutes to L-5 hours, 5 minutes, that'll be fast fill of the liquid hydrogen on the core stage. That's the big one you're going to be wanting to watch, where we had that major leak detected during the last launch attempt. They're also going to be testing some engine bleeds and systems, so a really full test they're doing here today, which we're really excited to see. They're also going to try to do a 90-minute bleed valve timer test on the core stage. They're going to do some replenishment testing on the core stage and on the second stage. So a really solid test going to be conducted here this morning at Launch Complex 39B. We're expecting to be able to patch into mission control here in about 10 minutes time, and of course we're going to do that, but it's great to have all of you joining us here. If you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of Launch Complex 39B at NASA Kennedy Space Center, where NASA teams are preparing for a critical tanking operations test. This is the first of this type of test that we have seen done out at the pad with Artemis 1, a test that was not expected to have been needed following the green run hot fire sequences that were done with the solid rocket boosters, but also with the core stage prior to being a fully stacked rocket. But NASA rolling with the punches of needing to be able to make sure they were able to fix the leaks on what was going on with Artemis ahead of their next launch attempt. Throughout today, if you guys have questions, you can send those to us in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live throughout today. It's great to have you all here. I see we got Stratoblaster from Pennsylvania. Great to have you. We got Michelle in Denmark. Great to see you. Mr. 8811 from Florida. We got Christina in Japan. Michael's in Hoover, Alabama. We got West from London. We got Julio in Brazil. Great to have you here. Miguel's in Portugal. John's from California. Great to have you all here. Let us know in the chat where you're tuning in from. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button. It really does help us out. I know it's annoying to hear it. And if you haven't yet, engage that subscribe button. As you can see, we're on that road to 100K. And we'd love to pass that 90K mark and celebrate that with you guys today. So if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that subscribe button there. It's free to do so. And if you like space, I promise you're going to enjoy our live launch coverage, space briefings, space news updates, and exclusive one-on-one interviews. A couple questions coming in already. Don, is the in-flight abort battery going to need replacement? That is one of the big questions there, Don. Yes, technically speaking, that is what we're hearing. It does need to be replaced. That's what we were told in advance of the last rollout. But NASA is working with the range to have basically waivers written saying that they don't need to have that battery extension. We're unsure if that means the in-flight abort system would be able to run off of batteries or not, but we do know that there are options of other in-flight abort systems with other rockets at NASA Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, so possibility that those other options would also work for Artemis 1. So we want to be keeping a close eye on that, but we're expecting, if everything goes well today with the tanking operations test, then we expect hopefully in the next 24 hours to hear from the range if they will be signing off on Artemis 1's launch attempt on September 27th. If that is true, our team will be jumping on planes in the next about 96 hours or so to get all back down there. We've been watching everything. We've got everything planned to be back down there to bring you guys full launch coverage from on location in Florida. Of course, still being invited back by NASA, but we're waiting for that final yes from the range. That's what we've been waiting for. Helen Lass asking, great question here. Will the fuel stay in the rocket ready for the 27th, or does it get emptied later? It will be emptied today. So it does take a number of hours to drain and safe the rocket after today's test, but at 3 p.m. Eastern, that is when they will cut off the test, and they will begin unfueling operations for the foreseeable hours after. But great question there. They will not leave it fueled. One of the important parts is these are cryogenically cooled fuels, so they need to stay cold. So they can sit for a couple hours in a hold, but they can't sit for days. But that's a great question. Thanks for sending that in. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll be answering those live throughout this morning. We're going to get ready to patch NASA in here in just a couple of minutes, so keep sending in those questions, and I will be back shortly. But stay with us right here on the launch pad for our live coverage of today's critical tanking operations test at Launch Complex 39B with Artemis 1. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for live coverage of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. The test is being performed on what you see right there in the center of your screen, NASA's 32-story tall moon rocket. I'm NASA commentator Daryl Nail, and I am coming to you from inside Firing Room 1 at the historic Launch Control Center here, where close to 91 launch system engineers with exploration ground systems are configuring the core stage and the upper stage of the rocket, called the Space Launch System, or SLS, for the cryogenic or super chilled fueling of the largest rocket booster stage in the world. NASA engineers say today's tanking became necessary after a large hydrogen leak in the liquid hydrogen fuel line resulted in Launch Director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson waving off the second launch attempt on September 3rd. A small indentation in a seal where the liquid hydrogen quick disconnect goes into the rocket was discovered, but NASA engineers were not able to determine exactly what caused the 0.01 inch deep indentation. What they did conclude is that the hydrogen loading operation needs to be, quote, kinder and gentler. And so they changed out the seals to the liquid hydrogen line, updated cryogenic loading procedures, and added software automation to the cryoloading, all to flow the liquid hydrogen through those lines in a way that greatly reduces the thermal stress and shock to the lines and the connections. That thermal stress comes from an extreme temperature change from ambient air, which is right now is around 76 degrees, down to minus 423 degrees on the liquid hydrogen side. Engineers say the kinder, gentler cryoloading, which will take about around a half hour longer than the original loading procedure, once completed, will allow them to prove they can successfully fuel this rocket for the next launch attempt on a flight test around the moon. And now the team is ready to put their changes to the test. So let's get you updated on what has happened so far. We are awaiting Artemis 1 launch director Charlie Blackwell-Thompson to give her team the go to begin cryogenic operations. The team is keeping a close eye on the weather. Just moments ago, the launch weather officer updating the launch director. We do have some showers and some storm cells off our coast to the east. You can see some of the cloud cover there. Further away, a little more than 30 miles, they were tracking a storm. But the LWO says, the launch weather officer says it shouldn't be an impact at this time. Still, with the activity that is offshore, we've got a borderline go, no go on the lightning constraint. We're green at the moment, to be clear. But the launch weather officer has put a chance of lightning during the next several hours, which is a constraint to begin tanking, at 20%. Again, that's green. That's green to begin the tanking operation. The two other weather constraints that are non-factors for today are temperature and wind constraint. Though you may be aware that there is a hurricane out there in the Atlantic, it's far enough away not to be an impact for today's operation. There's a 10% chance that we'll have some sustained winds above 18 knots, but not higher than 23 knots, so we're good there. And a 30% chance of precipitation. Again, rain is okay for this operation. And currently, I'm listening into the launch team conducting a poll for the go of cryoloading. This would be the NASA test director who is conducting this poll. Okay, the team currently looking for concurrence to move forward with an operation. There's currently looking to clear the blast danger area of all non-essential personnel. There was a team out there working a minor issue this morning. And so they're still awaiting the pad clear. Of course, they got to have the pad clear before cryo loading begins. Need to have all personnel out of the area. I want to talk about what we will see today. We're going to be tanking the core stage, which is the center booster on the rocket there. Both the core stage and the upper stage with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. It's a very complex system and operation. Team changing up their procedures for loading the liquid hydrogen. Stand by. Okay, and so as I was saying, the tanking of the rocket is the prime objective today. Both tanks in the core stage and both tanks in the upper stage. What we will not see today, besides the obvious, there is no launch today. We will not be powering up the boosters today. You see the booster there on the side of the rocket. There's another one on the other side. It has the NASA worm logo on it. Those will not be powered on, and neither will the Orion spacecraft, which is at the very top of the rocket. So no checkouts for RF communication going back and forth with Orion, no configuring that spacecraft. The focus is on the tanking. We will also not go through terminal count. That's the final 10 minutes where the rocket is configured for launch. Once the moon rocket is fully fueled, the test will be complete. And if everything goes as planned, that will be right around 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Could be a little earlier. We'll have to see how it goes. Could be later. All depends on the flow of the operation today. Before we get started with the commentary for today's operation, just want to let you know what to expect when you tune in. We will cycle various shots of the rocket, including engineering cameras, which are used by the launch team to closely inspect the rocket throughout the test. So if you see a camera pan, tilt, or zoom, that's not a NASA TV employee that's moving that camera. That's a launch engineer that is inspecting the rocket and making sure that everything is okay. My role will be to listen to the launch team and then provide real-time updates as the test goes along. We're looking at about an 8 to 10 hour operation. There will be periods of quiet, but I will make sure to give you a summary of all the events that happen. The overall tanking operation at the top of every hour. I'll also break in to let you know when any key milestones have been reached. And of course, I'll speak to any pauses in the operation or any major issues the launch team is working that could affect, or any major issues the launch team is working that. We are waiting now the go for cryoload from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She is currently talking to the launch team, NASA test director, and some of the other test directors. Stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update on the tanking operation. The launch team was working an issue with the mobile launcher. There was the electrical room, an issue with the pressurization inside the electrical room. This is where they clear out and add pressure, add air pressure to the electrical room to make sure that it's inert. But that has been resolved. However, with a team out there, they are now bringing that team back and clearing the blast danger area. Once they are able to clear that, then we will be ready to begin tanking. Again, worked a minor issue with the mobile launcher electrical room pressurization. It's been resolved, and the team is now clearing the blast danger area. And after that, we'll be ready to begin tanking. Update now at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We just received a go from the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, to begin the cryo-loading operation for today's demonstration test. Again, launch director giving a go for cryo-load at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We're a little off the timeline due to an issue that came up at the pad that was resolved, and then getting the blast danger area cleared. There was a little confusion about an individual who was just outside the blast danger area. Security going out there and making contact with this individual. The launch team wants that person cleared out before they begin. Of course, the BDA, the blast danger area, is an area that is marked off around the launch pad several miles that allows the launch team to keep personnel safe. Once a cryogenic loading operation begins, they take into account if something were to happen, if there were explosion on the pad. This is an area outside of which they would not expect any debris to fall. And so that individual is being removed, and we are now on our way. Launch team conducting their polls. We'll start marking off milestones here shortly. This is Artemis Launch Control. So the launch team here at the Kennedy Space Center is moving through their procedures to prepare to begin the cryo loading of the core stage with its propellants. They've fired up the circulation pumps and activated the heaters, and they've configured the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen valves for loading. The ground launch sequencer has been activated. That is the computer that tracks violations that could pop up. There you see a shot of inside firing room 1. Seated to the left in the upper deck is Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson. To her right, to her left rather, right on the screen is the Assistant Launch Director Jeremy Graber. And you're looking into firing room 2, which has support personnel for today's tanking operation. There are 4 firing rooms here at the Launch Control Center. So as they prepare the valves and get ready to pre-chill the system, the tanks that they'll be filling on the core stage there, you see it there, nice shot. Core stage in the center. Core stage with its rusty orangish color. That's from the thermal protection system. It's a foam that's sprayed on to the center stage there to insulate it. That helps keep the cryos cold. And at minus 423 degrees Fahrenheit for liquid hydrogen and minus 297 degrees Fahrenheit for liquid oxygen, that thermal protection really helps. Though once the fuel starts going in, it immediately starts to boil. Those gases will be vented off until it's filled. That center tank there, as you're looking at the bottom of it, that's the largest tank, is just inside of the butterscotch colored thermal protection system. That's 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen that can be held in that portion of the rocket. Just above that is the liquid oxygen at 196,000 gallons. Liquid oxygen far denser than liquid hydrogen, and so it takes longer to fill it up. That's going to be the long pole in the operation today. Right around the order of 3 hours or so. All in all, that core stage booster is 212 feet tall, about 27.5 feet in diameter. That diameter, the same as the Space Shuttle external tank. So what's coming up next is the launch team is going to pre-chill the lines that run from the hydrogen cryosphere, which holds 900,000 gallons, close to 900,000 gallons of liquid oxygen. I should say the liquid oxygen cryosphere holds 900,000 gallons, and the liquid hydrogen cryosphere holds 850,000 gallons, very close in terms of capacity. There is a new liquid hydrogen tank being built right now so that it can have a greater capacity. It's 1.25 million gallons, almost a 50% increase in capacity. In this shot, you see to the left the water tower. That's for the sound suppression and ignition overpressure system. That will flow water onto the pad when it's time to launch in order to reduce the acoustic shock that could actually damage the rocket upon liftoff. It also helps keep the pad cool. Millions of gallons of water will flood the deck of the mobile launcher as well as underneath in the flame trench when we're ready to launch. And then to the far left of your screen, that's one of the 3 lightning towers that are out there that help protect this 322-foot tall rocket from a lightning strike. Those launch towers are, those lightning towers are 600 feet tall and have a catenary wire system that connects them all. And they've been helpful. In fact, taking some lightning strikes when we've had some really stormy weather over the past few months. No issue or problems were associated with those strikes. Sunrise was at 10 minutes after 7 a.m. Eastern Time. But with clouds and some storm cells off the coast, you can see there that we've got some overcast skies. Weather officer says that shouldn't be an issue for today's tanking test. But we are right on the line when it comes to lightning. There is a 20% chance that we could have some lightning affect the operation. They can't have lightning once they start the flow of cryogenic propellants into the rocket. So we're eyeing some storms off to the east, just off our coast here. So far, though, so good. We are green on weather at the moment, but keeping some eye on some activity offshore. This is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, we have a milestone here that we just passed. The core stage liquid oxygen transfer line chill down has begun. This is roughly a 15-minute operation. This will chill down the lines that run from the cryosphere. You can just see at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's the cryosphere. And it will run the propellant, pre-chill the propellant. They'll run a little bit of propellant inside the lines. They'll back it off, but the gas that will then flash off from that propellant then helps to cool and chill the lines down as they prepare it for the super chilled liquid oxygen to come through there. This is all for thermal conditioning, reducing the shock to the system as they get ready to flow end to end from the cryosphere into the rocket. And good morning and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's 8 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Space Coast. At the center of your screen, the Artemis 1 rocket, the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft on the pad at 39B. Currently, we are at the very beginning of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. This is a test to validate the fueling operations for super chilled propellants that go into the lower stage, the core stage, and the upper stage. This rocket, of course, we're looking forward to the launch of this rocket that will be the flight test of NASA's Deep Space Exploration System, the Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket, as well as the supporting ground systems here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Tanking test, currently we are in transfer line chill down. These are the lines that run from the cryospheres that hold close to 900,000 gallons of propellant. They are pre-chilling the lines that run from there to the rocket. We're going to begin with the core stage. This is the lower part of the rocket. We're going to tank the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen. We start with liquid oxygen and then move to liquid hydrogen. If you've been following the operation, there have been some challenges with the liquid hydrogen. We had a leak during the last launch attempt. That's been remedied and fixed. And now the team is testing that out, as well as a new loading procedure that's different from the first attempts, more similar to the green run at Stennis, where the launch teams tested the core stage and fired the engines. The Kennedy team modeling it more after that procedure in order to prevent thermal stress on the system. So they're going to be really easing the liquid hydrogen in today with this new procedure. And of course, we're keeping track of all the milestones. In your shot, you can see that it's an overcast day to start here on the east coast of Florida. We are green for weather, but the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on some storm cells off in the distance. You can see some of them right there at the horizon in this shot. The concern would be any storm cell that contained lightning. It's not a problem if it comes over top and rains on us. No issue there today. We don't have an appointment to go to the moon today. But if that cell has lightning in it, then it is a concern for tanking. So again, watching closely, there's currently a cell that's directly east of us. About more than 20 miles away offshore. Launch weather officer keeping a close eye on that. We got started today at 7:30 a.m. with the launch director giving the go for a cryo load. We're a little off the timeline, but there is no launch window today, so shouldn't be an impact at all to the procedures. And we're marking off our milestones. The shot you're looking at right here is one of the boosters on the side and the core stage in the center. And this is actually an engineer that's running that camera and getting a close look at the core stage. Once we start tanking propellant into that stage, it will be critical for engineers to keep a close eye on the entirety of that rocket booster. Make sure they don't see anything that looks like an issue. This is the rocket that's sending us back to the moon for the benefit of all humanity. Scientific discovery, economic benefits, and inspiration, all for a new generation of explorers, the Artemis generation. If you'd like to know more about the Artemis 1 mission, go to our website, Our website is nasa.gov/Artemis. Again, nasa.gov/Artemis to learn more. This is Artemis Launch Control. It's 8:15 this morning here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida with a beautiful shot overlooking the Atlantic Ocean here from Pad 39B. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications here inside Firing Room 1 with 91 systems engineers who are currently configuring the Space Launch System for a tanking test, the cryogenic demonstration test today to tank both the liquid hydrogen tanks in the lower and upper stage and the liquid oxygen tanks. It's a very complex procedure. And to give us an update now, I've got the technical assistant to the launch director, Wes Mosdale, here to talk a little bit about the beginning of the operation and how we're doing so far. Wes, thanks for being here.
Hey, good morning, Daryl. It's great to be here this morning. Let's see, the countdown is progressing very well, very smooth. We've had very few issues so far. We got into LOX Chilldown here just a few minutes ago, and that's progressing nominally. We were held up a little bit at the beginning of tanking for a couple issues when we were closing out the pad. Part of that closeout is to pressurize the machine rooms, the electrical rooms on the mobile launcher, and we had some readings which were toggling just in and out of our limits, and so we took a little extra time to verify that we were acceptable to continue there, and we are. Our teams are confident we're in a good configuration there, and we wanted to re-verify that the blast danger area was clear for tanking, which it was, and so loading is underway.
And that's a great sign, and you're ticking off the milestones as we go along here. As we just explain to the audience why it's so important to chill down these lines before you actually flow super chilled propellants through there.
Sure. Well, obviously those propellants are very cold, and we want to prevent any thermal shock to those systems. So we start off by flowing cold gas through those to get them chilled and conditioned before we begin the flow of liquid out to the vehicle.
We're green for weather. We're looking here at a shot that shows a little bit of the sky. Got some overcast skies, some clouds around, but we're green for weather to start tanking. That's obviously something that, with some storms offshore, launch weather officers keeping an eye on that.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye on that as we progress today. As part of our pre-tanking preparations, we get a brief from the launch weather officer to verify that we're within our acceptable lightning constraints, which we were for today. And now that loading is underway, lightning is not as big of a concern for us, but we'll continue to monitor that. But as you said, we're go for loading at this point.
Now the team is obviously going to be very aware, and especially the cryo team on the liquid hydrogen side, for the revised loading operation. I guess a new loading operation, right? What's been called a kinder, gentler loading of the liquid hydrogen. Talk a little bit about some of the milestones that are coming up that are key. For instance, it was around the 10 o'clock hour, we're going to go into core stage LH2 fast fill, but then check that engine bleed kickstart, and then later that LH2 pre-press test.
That's right. So as far as you mentioned the revised loading procedures, so really that entails really a slower chill down of the hydrogen side. One of the potential causes for the leak that our team has determined is the rate at which we chill down that hydrogen QD. So part of our revised procedures has us taking a little bit of extra time to do a slower chill down of that system and make sure that it's conditioned properly, as I mentioned earlier, to help prevent that thermal shock. And once we do get into fast fill, we will go into the engine bleed kickstart, which involves pressurizing closing the vent valve on the hydrogen tank and building up a little pressure in the tank to help force that hydrogen through the engines and get that bleed going. And then we open back up that vent valve and go into that bleed process there.
Yeah, and then the pre-press test comes a little bit later, somewhere around 1 o'clock Eastern time. That will be another big moment for the hydrogen team.
That's right. That's when we'll really get the true verification that our 4-inch QD is good. We'll pressurize the tank up to flight level, verify that we can maintain that pre-pressurization configuration, and do our high flow bleed check, which will be really the final verification that our cryo system, the hydrogen system, is in the right configuration to proceed with terminal count for our launch attempt.
Very good. The team, of course, started this operation a couple days ago with a call to stations, but today it's the cryogenic portion, which is the big focus of this entire operation. Seems like what's your feel and the mood of the team this morning?
I think the team is really excited to get through this test. Everybody's been working hard these last few weeks. You know, we went and demated that umbilical. We changed out the seal. The team did really an outstanding job managing that work at the pad and around the weather and other environmental things we had out there. So the team is, you know, feels like we really have a great shot today at getting through tanking, and I think everybody is excited to get through that successful tanking today.
And thank you for mentioning the work that went out there on the pad, because the ground team that was out there working that had to face a lot of issues with the weather, right? Because that's an area that's so sensitive. You have to have an enclosure around it, want to keep all the weather out. And they were scheduling that work around times when it was raining. And for the past few weeks, we have had heavy rainstorms here on the east coast of Florida.
That's right. Weather has certainly been a challenge for us, but as you mentioned, the team really we laid out the schedule every day. We took the weather into account, and so kind of planned the work around those weather windows. Understood, you know, the durations for each of the activities we had and how that fit into the forecast. And we worked closely with the forecasters over at the 45th Weather Squadron over there to make sure that we had acceptable windows to get that work done. And as you said, breaking into the hydrogen system, maintaining the cleanliness is of utmost importance, and our team did a great job in doing that work outside at the pad.
And now it's time to test that work.
That's right.
Wes Mosdale, Technical Assistant to the Launch Director, thank you for taking time from your console to explain the operation this morning and give us an update. We really appreciate it, and good luck to you.
Thanks, Daryl. I appreciate it.
All right. You heard the update there from Wes Mosdale, and we continue to track milestones as the cryogenic demonstration test continues. This is Artemis Launch Control. Couple updates here for some milestones reached. At 8:42 a.m., we went into core stage liquid oxygen slow fill. Again, core stage liquid oxygen slow fill has now begun. So that the chilling of the transfer line is complete. We are now in slow fill for liquid oxygen. And on the liquid hydrogen side, we just got the go to proceed with propellant load for liquid hydrogen. Just got the go to proceed with the loading of liquid hydrogen propellant into the core stage. So again, liquid oxygen now in slow fill. Liquid hydrogen has the go to proceed. They are now going to begin chilling down the transfer lines. This is Artemis Launch Control. just about 10 minutes before 9 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at a live picture of Launch Complex 39B, where the Space Launch System is on the pad, and currently cryogenic loading operation demonstration test is underway. We are flowing liquid oxygen into the rocket at this moment. And we are currently chilling down the other side of the propellant, the liquid hydrogen, chilling down the lines that lead from the cryosphere to the mobile launch pad. So far, procedure is going very well. The cryogenic loading operation in sync. We currently stand at roughly 5% full on the liquid oxygen side. Again, we're just about 5% full. It's a 196,000 gallon tank, but the liquid oxygen is very dense, so it takes some time to fill that. We're going to be in slow fill for just about 15 minutes, and then we're going to transfer to fast fill, and that's roughly 3 hours. The long pole in the tent, so to speak. Want to also make you aware of a programming note. You can see on your screen there, we're tracking the capacity of the liquid oxygen tank, and you can see there, minus 295 degrees Fahrenheit, super chilled liquid oxygen. This is the oxidizer that, when combined with the liquid hydrogen, creates the thrust upon ignition to lift that rocket, help lift that rocket off the ground. Today is a test, and a test only. You can see it's 5% full. I want to get back to the programming note I mentioned. We have a busy day here at NASA. Coming up at 8:55 a.m. Eastern Time in just a few minutes. Those of you watching this cryo demo test on NASA TV's public channel, you will be switched over to Johnson Space Center's launch coverage of the Soyuz rocket and spacecraft, carrying a new crew to the International Space Station. Here at Kennedy, we will continue coverage of the cryo demo on NASA's official media channel. You can see there at the bottom of your screen, that is the link. That is where you'll find the tanking test if you're not on it already. If you are, again, on the NASA public channel, we'll be switching to coverage from our friends at Johnson Space Center for the Soyuz launch. After the completion of the Soyuz launch coverage, tanking coverage will resume to NASA TV's public channel. Again, that's set to begin here in just a few seconds. This is Artemis Launch Control. It's 9 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at a live picture of the Space Launch System at Launch Complex 39B. We are tracking operations here on NASA's media channel. Thank you for joining us. If you're just tuning in, we'll get you caught up on the operations. We are in the midst of a cryogenic demonstration test with NASA's moon rocket. As we look up at the rocket skyward, some light clouds overhead. Weather has been cooperating with the start of tanking today. We are underway with liquid oxygen tanking. Just hit 5% full on the 196,000 gallon tank and the liquid oxygen side, which is in the upper portion of that rocket as you're looking there. The liquid hydrogen, they are preparing the transfer lines which run from the 900,000 gallon cryosphere, liquid hydrogen cryosphere, to the mobile launcher and into the rocket. They're pre-chilling those lines down to prevent thermal shock. The liquid hydrogen combined with the liquid oxygen, the oxidizer, create a very powerful thrust that helps put 2 million pounds of thrust right through those RS-25 engines that you see at the bottom right there in the center of your screen. On either side are the boosters, 5-segment solid rocket boosters. Together they put down 6 million pounds of thrust, altogether 8.8, and that gives the lift necessary to put a spacecraft in orbit around the moon. We are checking a new procedure today in loading the liquid hydrogen after scrubbing the last launch attempt on September 3rd due to a hydrogen leak. The seal where the leak happened has been repaired. It was on the propellant line that feeds super chilled liquid hydrogen into the rocket. It is just on the other side of this shot here. Launch teams over the past few weeks demated a connection plate where the umbilicals flow those super chilled propellants into the rocket. They demated it, pulled a seal that had an indentation on it, replaced that seal, and then made sure the rest of the connections were sealed up good. When the rocket lifts off after it's fueled, that plate on the other side pulls away from the rocket, allowing it to lift off into the sky. Coming up, we're getting ready to start flowing that liquid hydrogen into the tank. Pre-chilling the lines that run to the mobile launcher. Stand by, I'm listening to the launch team. Everything proceeding nominally at this point. This shot of the pad is helps show you exactly where the fueling is happening. You can see the tail service mast umbilical. It's at the lower part of the mobile launcher. So if you're looking at the rocket, go down to the bottom of the booster, and just to the left, you see those gray protrusions from the deck. That's the tail service mast umbilical. Flowing through there are the umbilical lines that connect in the rocket. That's where the propellant is flowing currently for the liquid oxygen side. Just to the left of that, off the mobile launcher, is the flame trench. On launch day, when this rocket launches, that's where all of the exhaust from the two solid rocket boosters and the core stage will be directed out and away from the rocket and the pad, helping to protect it from the searing heat of liftoff. We're continuing to track milestones and keep you updated on the latest as it happens. Primary goal of Artemis 1 is to thoroughly test the integrated systems before crewed missions by launching Orion atop the SLS rocket, operating the spacecraft in a deep space environment, and testing Orion's heat shield. They will also test the recovery of the crew module after entry, descent, and splashdown once we get to launch. If you'd like more information about the Artemis mission, just go to the website you see on your screen, www.nasa.gov/Artemis. This is Artemis Launch Control.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad and our continuing live coverage of today's critical tanking operations test of the Artemis 1 rocket. You're seeing there split views of showing us a couple angles of Artemis 1 sitting at Launch Complex 39B at NASA Kennedy Space Center. And at the top of your screen, we are at L-6 hours, 31 minutes, 40 seconds and counting in today's simulated launch window. Today, that countdown clock will run all the way down to about 40 minutes left on the clock. Orion and the boosters are not powered up for today's test, so there is no risk or chance of a launch at all. We are not going for a launch attempt. This is just a tanking test, similar to what we would have seen happen at the testing facilities during the Green Run Hotfire test about a year and a half ago. At this time, the NASA teams are currently in fast fill of liquid oxygen onto the core stage. That's that orange stage on your screen. And they're in process of chilling down the liquid hydrogen transfer line for the core stage as well. We're expecting that liquid hydrogen propellant load to begin here in just the next couple of minutes. Couple major milestones that we'll be watching to come up following that. We're going to be seeing the core stage liquid hydrogen slow fill start. That was expected to take place at about L-7 hours 10 minutes, but we are running about 40 to 50 minutes behind schedule due to the countdown. Now, luckily, it's not a launch day, so we're not restricted to a launch window, so they will be able to run this test longer even if needed. There was some delays this morning due to an issue in the mobile launcher not being able to pressurize one of the electrical rooms, so they had to send a team out there, and once they had that team out there, they fixed the issue. They had to then clear the safety zone again, and that caused about a 40-minute delay. Once we see that liquid hydrogen...
9 a.m. Eastern Time, and the cryo team now reports that the LH2 propellant loading is in slow fill. Again, the liquid hydrogen propellant loading is in slow fill at 9:09 a.m. Eastern Time. That, along with the liquid oxygen, now we have both propellants flowing into the rocket.
as we heard there, that is the call we were waiting for. Core stage liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen are now being loaded onto the core stage of the SLS rocket. That is a great milestone to be reaching here today. This is when things will begin to get interesting. We had the large leak issue once we went into fast fill of the liquid hydrogen on the core stage during the second launch attempt. And based on current timelines, that is going to begin about an hour from now or so, is when we expect to see that fast fill begin of the liquid hydrogen. So we're going to be keeping a close eye and ear on the comms with Daryl and mission control on how things are progressing in today's countdown and critical tanking test. As of course, hoping we don't hear the words leak at any point. But that is why we do these tests. But this test is a critical test to prove the rocket's functionality, but also to get us on timeline for a possible launch attempt next Tuesday when their launch window opens for another opportunity to launch Artemis 1 back to the moon or off to the moon for the first time. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. My name's Zach. I'm the founder and host here at the Launchpad. Here at TLP, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. And if you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button, and subscribe so you never miss another live launch coverage, space briefing, space news update, or exclusive one-on-one interview. We're excited to have you here with us. I know people all over the world tuning in for this critical tanking test. As we were saying just before Daryl came on with another update, at the top of your screen there is a L- countdown, 6 hours, 25 minutes and counting at this time. That is a simulated launch countdown. Today's test is expected to run all the way down to L- 40 minutes, and then they will cut off the fueling operations and go into a critical safing mode and safe the rocket, and then they will drain the rocket. Now, with the delays we've seen today of about 40 minutes, it is possible that we will see that L- countdown clock run further than L- 40 minutes. We are not in an actual launch scenario, so there's no launch window we're restricted to. So rather than trying to pick up the speed on other things, NASA teams will be able to stay at their current planned speeds if they want to, and just run the clock longer than needed. If today was an actual launch day, they would be looking at trying to make up as much of that time as possible in different places. They do have extra time built in to the countdown clock for different things to be able to speed up the count when needed. Also, most launch windows range from a total of 7 minutes to 2 hours. So they do have some time for delays built into their countdown clocks as well. There you're looking at a great live shot of the bottom of SLS. You can see those 4 RS-25s with the SRBs on each side of them. The next Mega Moon rocket from NASA going through a critical tanking test. And you can see that those vapors and venting coming up from it really starting to bring SLS alive during today's tanking test. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. We're working on answering those in the chat throughout today's broadcast, so you make sure you can send those in and take a moment to share out the stream. It really helps us out, and let people know that they can watch history today as we test Artemis 1, humanity's rocket that's going to return humanity to the moon. I'll be back with another commentary update shortly. We'll probably hear from Daryl in a little bit as well, so stay with us right here on the Launchpad.
update on the cryo loading procedure here at 9:21 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You're looking at a shot of the engine section and the solid rocket boosters of the Space Launch System rocket, currently in the midst of a cryogenic demonstration test. You can see the vapor coming up there, just water vapor condensing from the venting of liquid oxygen, which is flowing into the rocket. It is the oxidizer that provides the oxidation of the liquid hydrogen that provides thrust through those 4 RS-25 engines that you see at the bottom. We're currently at 15% filled on the liquid oxygen side. And we are also flowing liquid hydrogen. From this shot here, you can see the lines that go into the bottom of the rocket from the gray protrusion called the tail service mast umbilical. That is where the propellant is flowing into the rocket. Both sides are now flowing. We are about 15 minutes into slow fill for liquid hydrogen. And this is a part that the launch team has been looking forward to seeing. There was a leak that was repaired in the fill line that is currently flowing propellant at this time. They've got a mild pressure on the storage tank, which allows the liquid hydrogen to flow into the rocket. And they do it with just the pressure of the propellant evaporating into a gas. There are no pumps on the liquid hydrogen side, unlike on the oxygen side. The procedure they're doing today is a kinder and gentler procedure where they are stopping and checking before proceeding to the next milestone in the tanking of the liquid hydrogen. They are taking a moment just to look and check it and make sure that the temperatures are being carefully dropped to cryogenic temperatures. There's a great shot right there of the tail service mast umbilical. That was the area that was prepared. The gray protrusion, you see the lines going into the rocket there. Launch team put an enclosure over that entire area when they went to repair it. We have a graphic which is updating us on the progress of tanking. I'm just hearing now from the launch team that they're slowing the liquid oxygen pumps just a little bit. And that is because they're waiting to get a little more liquid hydrogen in the tank. There is a requirement called the aft strut constraint, which requires that before the liquid oxygen gets to 50%, it's at 16% now, but before it gets to 50%, they have to have at least 5% in the tank on the liquid hydrogen side, and they're not yet there yet. So just anticipating. The launch team is that they might need to slow the pumps a little bit in order to keep that that requirement valid. Again, going back to the repair of the 8-inch fill line on the liquid hydrogen side. So that's where the repair happened, in the area between the rocket and the tail service mast. They enclosed that area completely from the environment and made repairs to a defective seal that they pulled out of the fill line. And in between rain showers that happened over the past few weeks, they managed to complete that repair with the rocket on the pad. Something that they would like to do in the VAB, but in order to preserve a possible launch period here in the next week or so, provided that the launch team get a waiver from the Space Force for the flight termination system batteries, they did all these repairs on the pad. And so I'm monitoring now as the team is fueling the liquid hydrogen, because this was a point of emphasis and focus with the new loading procedure. We started loading liquid hydrogen at 9:09 a.m., so we are just about 17 minutes into that operation. It lasts about an hour. After that, we will have liquid hydrogen in fast fill. That's going to be pretty close to 10 a.m. And then 15 minutes later, they'll start that engine bleed kickstart. And in order to do that, they seal off the vent, pressure rises in the tank, and this will give us a good look at how that seal is holding. Once this test is completed, the SLS rocket will launch an uncrewed Orion spacecraft from right here at Launch Complex 39B. (39B), of course, is NASA's modernized spaceport here at Kennedy. Once Orion goes into orbit around the Earth, it will deploy its solar arrays. And then the ICPS, the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, will give Orion the big push called a translunar injection, which is needed to leave Earth's orbit and travel towards the moon. If you'd like to learn more, just go to our website. You see it on the screen. nasa.gov/Artemis. nasa.gov/Artemis. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update on the cryogenic tanking operation here at pad 39B. You see the lower portion of the Space Launch System rocket and venting of liquid oxygen that is condensing into water vapor. A little bit of a cloud coming up there, all part of normal operations. We are currently 32% filled on the liquid oxygen tank inside the core stage. And we are currently still getting the sensors covered on the liquid hydrogen side. There was a brief pause as we've been in slow fill for a period of time. Liquid hydrogen slow fill started at 9:09 a.m. So we've been going for 45 minutes now with slow fill, but this is part of the new operation where they're taking it very slow with the liquid hydrogen, allowing the lines to get very slowly chilled, and then slow fill has gone a little slower than usual into the tank. There was a temperature sensor on the inlet side of the liquid hydrogen tank that was off in its reading, and it is the sensor that triggers to fast fill. So the team identified that. They are going to use a backup sensor or another sensor rather, to verify that they're at the right temperature and that they can go ahead and continue with fast fill. Again, that temperature sensor was a trigger for fast fill, so fast fill was held off a little bit for the liquid hydrogen side until they were able to troubleshoot the temperature sensor on the inlet of the bottom of the rocket. That has been taken care of, and so we expect in the next 10 minutes to get into fast fill on the hydrogen side. And again, that'll be a test of the repairs that were made. The repairs to the liquid hydrogen side, you may recall, after a launch attempt on September 3rd, the liquid hydrogen line was demated from the rocket. They pulled off a seal that had indentation on it, repaired that seal, and then reattached it. Once we get into fast fill, it'll be a good test of that 8-inch fuel line that goes into the rocket from the mobile launch tower. This is Artemis Launch Control. Good morning. It's 10 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. You are looking at live images of the SLS rocket at Launch Complex 39B. We are tracking the cryogenic demonstration test, which began at 7:30 a.m. this morning. We've been going at it for about 2.5 hours. And so far, so good. On the liquid oxygen side, we're about 36% full in the core stage, the first of 4 tanks to be filled today. The second tank in the core stage is liquid hydrogen. It's currently in slow fill. Standby launch team is discussing a matter with the NASA test director. Standby. And to continue, just some housekeeping matters they were going over. You're looking now at a shot right up against the umbilical, the tail service mast umbilical, which is the area that was repaired after the launch attempt on September 3rd. Stand by. We are in stop flow. We are in stop flow on the liquid hydrogen side. Stand by for more information. Yeah. Okay, quick update. I'm listening to the team discuss, but they did have a detection of a hydrogen leak in the tail service mast umbilical. It's in the lower portion of the rocket. They had a 7% reading of hydrogen in a cavity there where that quick disconnect line is. This is the one that was repaired. You're looking now at the area. As soon as stop flow happened, the leak rate immediately came down. The launch team is discussing possibly doing their warm-up procedure, but we'll have to see where they go. Evaluating and discussing, we'll keep you updated. This is Artemis Launch Control. Welcome back to coverage of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. Timeline here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, welcoming those who are watching on NASA's public channel. Back to our coverage. We are currently monitoring the cryogenic tanking of the Space Launch System rocket, which you see on your screen there. We started prop load at 7:30 a.m. this morning, flowing liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. But at 5 minutes past 10 a.m. this morning Eastern time, we went into stop flow on the liquid hydrogen side. The area you're looking at is the tail service mast umbilical. That is the gray protrusion that comes up at the 0 deck on the mobile launch platform. And you can see the lines that go into the bottom of the rocket. Those are the fuel lines, amongst other lines, provide gaseous commodities to operate valves, as well as fluid lines for hydraulic maneuvers. This shot here, you're looking exactly at the location where just minutes ago the liquid hydrogen team detected a leak. Stand by. Just listening to the launch team. LHY, the liquid hydrogen team, reporting to the NASA test director that the leak has the same signature as the previous leak that caused a launch scrub on September 3rd. The percentage hydrogen that was detected was 7%, according to the hydrogen team. And so now they have just gotten signed off a plan from the launch director, a pre-plan, in the case of a leak like this, which is one that they did. You may be familiar with if you followed our launch coverage of the first launch attempt. This is a similar pattern, plan that was used to warm up the line that goes into the rocket and fills it with hydrogen. You're looking inside now at the firing room 1, and in the center of that room is the cryogenic propulsion team, and they are the ones that are working this current plan. They're going to let the line warm up. They've allowed it to stop flow. They're going to allow it to warm up a little bit, and then in the hopes that when they start flow again, it will reseat the connection in hopes of curing the leak. If we could take a look at that that area in the lower portion of the rocket where they are working that. There's an 8-inch fill line. This is the fuel line that provides the liquid hydrogen into the bottom of the rocket. It goes from the tail service mast umbilical on the left into the rocket on the right. And at that point where they connect, that is the umbilical disconnect point. Once the rocket lifts off the pad, the fuel lines must disconnect at that moment. Once the boosters light, that is when the umbilicals disconnect. And in that point where they are connected, there is a flight plate on the rocket side and a ground plate on the ground side where they disconnect. And it is in that area, we've got a shot of it. It is in that area right there. That's the connection point. The vapor you see is liquid oxygen. It's actually not indicative of the liquid hydrogen leak. That leak is actually contained in between the plates there. The square plate, you can't see the entire square plate, but you can see part of it. And inside that plate where the lines connect into the rocket and fill the tank with liquid hydrogen That's where they saw a 7% hydrogen leak. And so it automatically went into stop flow. The configuration is safe. And now they are allowing that line right there to warm up a bit for about a half hour. And then they're going to reinitialize the flowing of propellant back into the rocket. Again, Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson signed off on the plan to warm up the line. We're currently in stop flow on liquid hydrogen, and they are slowing the fill on the liquid oxygen side, which is currently at around 45% filled. Again, 45% filled on the liquid oxygen side. Liquid hydrogen currently in stop flow while the team works a plan to warm up the line and try to reseat a connection point into the rocket in hopes of curing a leak that was detected at just 5 minutes past 10 a.m. This is Artemis Launch Control. 10:40 a.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, looking at a live image of Launch Complex 39B, where the Artemis rocket is currently on the pad undergoing a cryogenic demonstration test. We had a stop flow on the liquid hydrogen side at 10:05 a.m. I want to update you on what's been happening there. We are currently in the midst of a troubleshooting effort by cryogenic engineers to try and cure a leak that was detected. We had a stop flow in one of the two super chilled propellants that the launch team is testing in their loading operation today. This is the liquid hydrogen side. It showed the same signature as a previous leak. It happened at the same moment that the super chilled liquid hydrogen was transitioning from slow fill to fast through those very lines that you're seeing on your screen now. That is coming from the tail service mast umbilical going into the rocket. There are plates on both sides. In between those plates are the connection point. They disconnect at T0 to allow the rocket to lift off and go into space. That's also where they fill the propellant. So in the cavity between those lines, they have leak detectors to make sure that the seal is tight, and that when that minus 423 Fahrenheit hydrogen is going through there, as long as no hydrogen is leaking, they're safe to continue fueling the rocket. While a leak was detected, mass spectrometers contained inside that cavity reported a 7% concentration of hydrogen. And again, right at the moment that they transitioned from slow fill to fast fill, which is very similar to what happened during the second launch attempt on September 3rd. Currently, the team is working a plan to troubleshoot. As we stand in terms of the propellants on board the rocket, we've got roughly 58% filled on the liquid oxygen side. They have slowed their pumps a bit, given the situation on the liquid hydrogen side. Hydrogen is in stop flow, so they are sitting at 6%. But that propellant that is in the tank is boiling, and it will slowly deplete down, which the launch team is keeping a close eye on. The troubleshooting plan is to allow that line that goes into the rocket to warm up. They've purged the line with helium. This allows the quick disconnect, as it's called, that connects into that plate there to warm up. They warm it up for about a half hour, and then they're going to resume flow back in to the core stage. We're inside firing room 1 here at the Kennedy Space Center Launch Control Center, where engineers are currently carrying out their pre-plan. The hope is that the warm-up of that line will allow it to reseat in that seal, and if there's been a gap that was created, that it will tighten up and reseal that quick disconnect to the 8-inch fuel line for the liquid hydrogen. Hoping that will cure the leak. The liquid oxygen team has advised the NASA test director that if the liquid hydrogen goes below 2%, they will need to stop flow so that they don't violate what's called an aft strut constraint. The aft strut is what connects the two solid rocket boosters there on the side to the core stage. As the core stage is filled with super chilled propellants, it moves, the metal shrinks ever so slightly, but enough to put strain, so they want the propellants filled in proportion to each other. That proportion is over 50%, 50% on the liquid oxygen side after they reach 5% on the liquid hydrogen side. So you can see we've met that after strut constraint at the moment, but the liquid oxygen team is advising that if that 6% starts going down and reaches 2%, they're going to have to stop their pumps as well. Again, troubleshooting for the liquid hydrogen line after a leak was detected just about 40 minutes ago. They're warming up the line. And any minute now, we're going to resume flow back into the core stage, see if they can reseat the connection to the rocket. This is Artemis Launch Control. 7 minutes past 11 a.m. Eastern Time. This is Artemis Launch Control with an update on the hydrogen leak that was detected inside the Space Launch System core stage. The team recommended and the launch director approved a troubleshooting plan to try and seal a leak on the liquid hydrogen side. It's located, and you're looking at your screen there. You have the tail service mast umbilical, the large gray structure coming up from the zero deck of the mobile launcher, and then to the right of it, the rocket. And those lines that go between them contain in them the liquid hydrogen line as well as the liquid oxygen line. The team has a pre-planned procedure that they go through when they reach a hydrogen leak. This is similar to the one that they did during the second launch attempt on September 3rd. They have allowed the line to warm up. They purged the line, allowed that liquid hydrogen line to warm up, and now they're going to begin flow again through there. The hope is that the warming of the line allows the seal where they believe there's a leak to kind of reseat against the quick disconnect, the 8-inch line that fills the tank with liquid hydrogen. But there's a slight change to this plan that they just got approval from the launch director. A slight change to this plan. It's different from previous plans during the second launch attempt, and that is that they're going to drop the pressure on the storage tank to less than 5% PSI. They're going to drop that. That is very low pressure for this operation. And then as they recover flow into the tank, into the cryosphere, they're going to very slowly and as kind and as gentle as they can step up the pressure for the fill of the hydrogen. So a little bit of different approach here to the warm up and recover fill that they've done previously. They were already taking great care to not thermally shock the system, going very slow with the chill down, going very slow with slow fill, and then even to the transition to fast fill where the pump speeds are running. I'm sorry, there's no pump speed, no pump on the liquid hydrogen side. Rather, they increase the pressure at a very slow rate to allow that liquid hydrogen to flow in. So that's the plan. It's been signed off on, and the liquid hydrogen team is putting it into work right now. You're looking at the area where that liquid hydrogen flows into the rocket, and it's on the other side of that flight plate, that square plate, where the leak was detected. It was a 7% hydrogen leak detected by the sensors in there. And so from there, they're hoping that that reseats the leak. The leak stopped immediately once they stopped flow. So we're standing by. We'll let you know how the flow goes and the recovery. This is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, the team is in revert and recovery. They ran that procedure and now getting ready to begin liquid hydrogen flow back into the vehicle. Again, getting ready to flow liquid hydrogen again back into the rocket from the tail service mast umbilical that you see on your screen. We're going to get that flow going here momentarily. Update on the resumption of flow into the core stage. We are now in LH2 fast fill. We are currently now in LH2 fast fill. This after a troubleshooting plan was put into play to try and reseal a leak around an 8-inch hydrogen fuel line that developed after the previous transition from slow fill to fast fill. So again, currently we are now in fast fill on the hydrogen line. Okay, we get an update on the flow of liquid hydrogen that has resumed into the core stage after we had a stop flow with a leak. It has resumed in. We are currently at roughly 14% filled on the liquid hydrogen side after getting back into LH2 fill. So there was a discussion between engineers and the launch director about getting data about this pressure-assisted seal that leaked. The moment that it leaked, they're actually currently pretty close to the point of having the same amount of pressure when the leak started, so they're currently watching this very closely. And at this moment, their data is telling them that they're less than a 0.5 percentage point concentration of hydrogen on the leak. So there is a very small leak, less than 4%, which is the constraint. But they are tracking to see if it's following the increase of pressure. SLS chief engineer and others requested that they be able to gather data as they raise the pressure, and they're currently doing that now. They want to gather data to see at what point the leak changes with an increase in pressure. During the first run, they went straight to the roughly 10 psi when they went from slow fill to fast fill, but in this case they're stepping it up very slowly. And so the chief engineer for SLS, John Blevins, and the EGS chief engineer requested and got approval from the launch director to have a contingency plan in place if the leak reaches an more than 10% concentration of hydrogen inside that cavity for more than 5 minutes. They want to see if it goes up to 10% and stays less than 10%, 10% or less, for five minutes. If it reaches that level, they want to be able to gather data on this pressure-assisted seal to see how it's performing. If it goes above 10, they're going to go into stop fill and revert. The launch director says that if they also see a sharp increase, she wants measures immediately put into play to stop the leak. This plan is all in the name of gathering data about this seal, which has been troublesome in a previous launch attempt, if you've been following the Artemis 1 program. It created it caused a scrub back on September 3rd. So the team really wants to closely watch what's happening as they raise pressure and the flow increases hydrogen into the rocket through that umbilical line that you see there. The tail service mast umbilicals, the gray protrusion on the left. The lines go into the rocket on the right. And the area with where the leak is right up against the rocket at the plate that connects those umbilicals right there. There's a shot of it to the rocket. Again, they detected a leak at 5 minutes after 10 a.m. Eastern time, and it created a stop flow. This time, they want to maintain a slow flow, track the pressure, track the rate of leak, and then gather the data that results from that. That's currently the contingency plan that's in place and has been approved by the launch director as they raise the pressure to get to a faster rate of fill on the hydrogen side. Currently, we're at 17% full on the hydrogen side, and on the liquid oxygen side, we're at 89%. The goal of today is a cryogenic demonstration test to tank all 4 cryogenic propellant tanks, super chilled propellants, into the rocket to determine if a repair to a seal on the hydrogen line into the core stage is going to hold. They encountered another leak today, but again, they are watching that closely. as they are slowly raising the pressure, which results in more propellant going into the tank at a faster rate. Stand by for more updates. This is Artemis Launch Control. Update on the fill rate. We are currently in the pressure required for fast fill operation. On the liquid hydrogen side, we've currently reached that pressure. And still showing around half a percentage point concentration of hydrogen inside the can where the leak is. Again, we are fully in fast fill on the liquid hydrogen side with just a very small leak being detected in the can. Correction, not in the can, within the side, the QD cavity where the connection point is, right up against the rocket. Okay, the launch team just updating the launch director on a plan to proceed to the next milestone, which is the kick start bleed, the engine bleed kick start with the liquid hydrogen. So in order to do this, there are several lines that pull the liquid hydrogen back out of the rocket after it has run through the engines. They want to make sure that they can get this bleed started and going. This is part of conditioning, thermally conditioning the RS-25 engines at the bottom of the rocket, the 4 RS-25s made by Aerojet Rocketdyne on the core stage, which is built by Boeing. There they are, the 4 RS-25 engines. So the kickstart bleed was a major milestone that they wanted to get to in this particular cryogenic demonstration test. So they're going to pre-chill a 4-inch and a 6-inch bleed line that comes off of these engines and then vents that or bleeds that liquid hydrogen out of those engines. They need to condition the engines to get them ready to start, and this is a test of that the initial part of that bleed. It's a pressurized bleed to get it going. They close the vent, the liquid hydrogen vent, the gaseous hydrogen at that point when it's venting out. They close that vent to pressurize it, and then a small amount of liquid hydrogen is then bled through all 4 of those engines. Currently, they're managing a very small leak. Stand by. And so currently, we're at 35% full on the liquid hydrogen side, and they are monitoring a leak that is less than 1%. So engineers and safety, they're comfortable with that. The margin, the area of concern is when it goes over 4%. However, in order to collect data about this seal, engineers have sought and got approved a contingency procedure to allow the leak percentage to go up to 10% for no more than 5 minutes, after which they would go into stop flow and secure the vehicle and stop proceeding with hydrogen flow into the tank. Again, that's to collect data. Okay. Okay, and I've just heard that the bleed kickstart has now begun. Again, the kickstart bleed, running liquid hydrogen now back through the engines and then off the rocket, has begun. Over on the liquid oxygen side, they have reached 98%. They have transitioned from fast fill to topping. So they are 99% full on the liquid oxygen side. Okay, we're programming note. If you're watching us on NASA TV, the public channel, we're going to be transitioning back to coverage of the Soyuz mission to the International Space Station. We are going to go into live coverage of the docking, and we will be continuing our coverage, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, on the YouTube channel at youtube.com/NASA-Gov-video. Again, we will continue coverage there, but in the meantime, our NASA public channel will pick back up with coverage of the Soyuz mission to the International Space Station. This is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, the engine bleed kickstart is going on the LH2 side, the liquid hydrogen side. The leak is tracking with the increase in pressure. The vent valve on the hydrogen tank was closed, increasing the pressure on the tank so that they can get that bleed flowing through there. And so we're up over 1% now on the leak rate. But the engine kickstart bleed is continuing nominally. Just a few minutes to go on the engine kickstart bleed on the LH2 side. Just about to reach the max pressure on the kickstart. Leak is up over 3%. It topped out at 3.4%. It's tracking with an increase in pressure. But the kickstart bleed is now at the point where the valves are cycling the pressure, meaning it's got it at right about the right pressure for this particular engine kickstart bleed. Okay, the kickstart engine bleed is now complete. Again, the kickstart engine bleed for the liquid hydrogen side is now complete. And so the team transitions to the vented bleed at this point. Starts filling the rest of the tank. So the pressure now drops a bit, and they continue filling the tank. Again, kickstart bleed is complete, and they're moving to continue filling the tank. Vent line is now back open. 12:42 p.m. Eastern Time. You're looking at a live picture of the SLS rocket on launch pad 39B. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications. We have an update now. The launch team discussing where to go from here. As you can see on your screen, we've been tracking the progress of tanking the core stage of the SLS rocket. It has two tanks, a liquid oxygen and a liquid hydrogen tank. They have completed tanking the liquid oxygen side, as you can see. It's at 100%, and they are currently in replenish. Over in the liquid hydrogen side, it's been a little bit of a bumpy road this morning. Currently at 67% full, but they've been managing a leak at an 8-inch quick disconnect line that feeds right there into the rocket. In between two plates that disconnect when T0 arrives and the rocket lifts off, those umbilicals pull away and there's a cavity in there where that connection point is. That is where the leak was detected around this 8-inch QD line, which also had a leak and was repaired after a scrub attempt on September 3rd. The team discussing with the launch director the plan to go forward from here, and here's where they settled. They want to gradually increase the storage tank pressure, which will increase the pressure on this quick disconnect as well. It also increases the flow, getting it hopefully to the fast fill flow that would be nominal for a launch attempt. So that's the ultimate goal. She has signed off, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, launch director here, has signed off on a plan to slowly step up and increase the storage tank pressure, which will increase the flow through that line right there. And as that flow increases, they want to keep track, I should say, of the leak at that QD interface. Right now, it has been tracking well with increases and decreases in pressure. They have been able to manage it quite well. It reached a maximum of 3.5% when they did the kickstart bleed, which raised the pressure on the tank as they vented liquid hydrogen through the engines to pre-chill them for what would be a startup of those engines. This is something that they're testing today and a test objective with this cryogenic demonstration. They flowed that through there, and then they ended the kickstart bleed, and now they're on a vented bleed. The conversation about whether to go forward after they reach replenish on the hydrogen side came to an agreement between the launch director and her launch team to go ahead and stop at replenish and then discuss whether they want to take the next step, which would be to move forward with a pre-press test. This is yet another test objective for the demonstration today, and that's the pressurization of the tank to get a high flow bleed going, which puts it in the condition to start up. They're going to pause at that point once they reach replenish and decide whether or not to move forward. But right now they want to see how this leak tracks with an increase in pressure at the storage tank. So that's where we're at right now. Launch team is in agreement. They want, launch director wants the liquid hydrogen team to keep a close eye on this leak, as they have been. And if it gets to a point where it goes over 4% for more than 5 minutes, the team has been advised to stop flowing propellant through that line. So again, to summarize, the liquid hydrogen team is gradually increasing pressure on the fill rate going into the liquid hydrogen tank, which is currently at 70%. They are tracking now the leak rate as well. And the plan is to keep going as long as that leak holds at a steady rate all the way up to replenish, which is at the 99%, 100% mark once they've got it completely full. And then the fill rate goes into a mode where it only replaces the amount of hydrogen that is lost from the natural boil off of propellant inside the tank. As it vents out, they will only replace what is lost. That is the definition of the replenish. So get it up to 100% and then get it into replenish, and then have further discussions about where to go next. We started this cryogenic operation at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning with a go for cryogenic tanking. The liquid oxygen side proceeded nominally, which in engineering speak is as good as you can expect it. Not so again on the hydrogen side. They encountered a leak. They stop flowed, warmed it up, reinitiated flow, and then noticed that they're able to manage a leak on where they believe the quick disconnect of an 8-inch fill line goes into the seal at the fill plate right there on the rocket. And that's our update for now. This is Artemis Launch Control. One more quick note I want to add. The launch team is currently on hold for the loading of the upper stage. Again, preparations to load the upper stage of the rocket, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, which is above the line where you see the top of the booster there, and there's a good shot of it, the ICPS, where the inner tank shrinks down the upper stage of the rocket, which will give that big push to the moon. The plan today is to tank that, but at the moment, that is on hold. 5 minutes past 1 p.m. Eastern Time here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. With a pretty nice day outside. We are currently in hour 5, or hour 6, I should say. It was 5.5 hours into the cryogenic demonstration test for Artemis 1. You're looking at the bottom of the Space Launch System rocket, its 2 boosters, and core stage. The test objectives today were to tank this rocket. It has 4 cryogenic propellant tanks, 2 oxygen, 2 liquid hydrogen. The ones inside that core stage, though, the bottom part of it, are massive, largest in the world for a rocket booster. And so those started at 7:30 a.m. this morning with liquid oxygen. That currently is 100% full. And over on the core stage liquid hydrogen side, we're at 95% filled. There are the stats that we track with our real-time graphics. We encountered an issue right around 10 a.m. this morning with the liquid hydrogen loading. There was a leak detected, and that resulted in a stop flow of the loading on the liquid hydrogen side. It was a pretty significant leak at the time. Engineers then talked it over, went to their pre-planned procedure with a small twist, and that was to lower the pressure on the storage vessel for the liquid hydrogen and then ease back into it after they allowed the quick disconnect line, which is right through there on those umbilicals. Those umbilicals feed the fuel lines right into the rocket. That's where the leak was detected. It went to 7% concentration of hydrogen, and that created a stop flow. They allowed that line to warm up after they purged it out, and then they reinitiated the fill. They resumed the fill into the rocket, and at that point, ever since then, and engineers don't exactly know why, but it has been a manageable leak, reaching only a maximum percentage of 3.4% as they raised the pressure back up to resume fill. And that's where we stand. Engineers are wanting to understand more about how this seal is acting under pressure. And so far, ever since that they resumed fill, they haven't had a substantial problem. The leak is still there, but they are still moving forward with tanking the rocket, and we're just a couple percentage points off from having the entire core stage completely tanked. Now, as far as the upper stage is concerned, that's on hold at the moment. The plan was to tank both of its cryogenic propulsion tanks, both of them liquid oxygen and hydrogen as well, but much smaller tanks. That's on hold at the moment while engineers decide after they get to replenish, which is when we hit the 100% mark, there's going to be a conversation about what to do next, what steps to take, how they want to proceed, what data they've been able to gather about this seal as it tracks with the increase and decrease in pressure. Once they fill this rocket, they do have to detank it, and so that is a consideration as well. The next milestone beyond replenish would be to pre-press the tank. This would bring the tank to flight pressures, increasing the pressure both inside the tank and on that QD where the leak is. And so engineers plan to talk about the data that they've gathered through the course of this tanking and to decide a path forward. But at the moment, the upper stage is currently on hold. The tanking of the upper stage currently on hold. And this is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update for you. We just reached replenish on the hydrogen tank in the core stage. Again, we just reached replenish on the core stage hydrogen tank. So this means fast fill is complete. I'm listening to the team now. Fast fill is complete, and they've gone into replenish, which this is a mode where the valves are only opened enough to fill what is lost from boil off inside the tank, the boil off of the minus 423 degree liquid hydrogen. But some interesting data to pass along that we just learned, and that is that during the fast fill operation, where the storage tank was at full pressure for loading the liquid hydrogen, the leak rate was less than 0.5%. So right around 0.5% leak rate, which is very manageable for the team here, but also at the moment leaving a lot of folks scratching their heads on this one. But they're going to have some conversations on this particular seal and how it's been behaving up until this point, and discuss a path forward now that we are in replenish. This is Artemis Launch Control. Welcome back to the Kennedy Space Center. For those watching on NASA's public television channel, we're at the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, where we are currently in the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test for tanking. Quick update, preparations are being made to tank the upper stage of the rocket after the core stage reached replenish. Engineers discussing next steps now. Please stand by. This is Artemis Launch Control here at Launch Complex 39B. You're looking live at the Space Launch System rocket. Stand by. Okay, we're getting some good news from the liquid hydrogen team in regards to the leak that they were looking at early on in this operation and loading the core stage. And that is the leak reversed its trend where previously when pressure increased, the leak increased. But now they are seeing a trend for this particular seal that when pressure increases, the leak decreases. This is, as engineers say, the way that it's designed and intended to work so that it conforms to the area that it is sealing, that quick disconnect connection point for the liquid hydrogen line. And so now both tanks in the core stage are in replenish and are stable. Next up is loading the upper stage of the rocket, and right now teams are conditioning the areas around the engine to prepare them for loading liquid oxygen and hydrogen. And the team's discussing a plan with the launch director just moments ago on one of the main test objectives, which is to do a pre-press test on the liquid hydrogen tank in the core stage after they get the upper stage into replenish. This will put a fair amount of pressure on that connection right there that you see there, which is the umbilicals. They contain the LH2 8-inch line that we've been talking about, but is now sealing pretty well. Pre-press test is a test where they pressurize the core stage tank by closing the vent, which prevents the boil-off gas from escaping, and then more pressure is added with helium to get to the tank to flight pressure for engine start. This is an important moment to reach. Have to have those engines conditioned at the right temperature in order to start them up, those RS-25 engines, which are just below this point right here. And then once they get it to that point, there's a control loop that cyclically pressurizes the tank, opening the vent valve, which then controls the temperature around those engines, saturating those engines with liquid hydrogen so that they are at the right temperature to start them up and launch. Of course, today is a test. It's a cryogenic demonstration test to show both that the leak has been repaired from the previous launch scrub and to go through some test objectives which haven't been met in previous launch attempts or wet dress rehearsals. And so the team is proceeding forward. Once this pre-press test is completed, they won't have to do it again. Once validated, the launch team will be able to adjust the pressure during the high flow liquid hydrogen engine bleed inside of terminal count. That's the final 10 minutes of count. And that's when it's critical to have those RS-25 engines that you see right there at the bottom in the center, 4 of them, to be the right temperature for launch. So the situation taking a very positive turn here today as the launch team is pushing forward with loading the upper stage and moving to the next milestone, which is the pre-press test. Those RS-25 engines that you're looking at right there, they are known as staged combustion cycle engines. They burn liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen propellants at a very high pressure. At full throttle, the 4 engines will give SLS about 2 million of its 8.8 million pounds of maximum thrust. Those SLS engines start in a staggered fashion. First engine 1, then engine 3, then engine 4, and then engine 2. And they start up approximately 6 seconds before booster ignition. And during ascent, those engines can gimbal or pivoted to direct the thrust and steer the rocket. To learn more about the Artemis 1 mission and the SLS, and go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis. Again, the website is nasa.gov/Artemis. This is Artemis Launch Control. launch team just gave the go for loading the upper stage with liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Again, they just gave the go to load the upper stage with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. This comes just after completion of the purge sequence, where they purge out any contaminants from the RL-10 engine. That's the engine of the ICPS, the upper stage that's contained at towards the top of the rocket. That's going to be responsible for pushing Orion into its destination, the translunar injection towards the moon. The LH2 main propulsion system Chilldown is in work. The LH2 main propulsion system in the upper stage is now in work. Looking live at the Space Launch System rocket here at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at Launch Complex 39B. Atop is the Orion spacecraft. We are currently in the midst of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test, and so far, so good. We've got the first stage completely tanked and in replenish. It's in a stable mode. That was a good operation and some good engineering that we observed as they tanked this rocket. The liquid hydrogen was tanked completely without any issue. The liquid hydrogen showed a leak, but then that leak managed to get to a point where engineers were able to manage it a lot better. It's reduced now. It's reversed its trend of increasing when pressure increases. And so now that leak is something that they have behind them at the moment. And so now they're proceeding on with the chilling down of the main propulsion systems in the upper stage. And we just got a note that the liquid oxygen is now in fast fill for the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. That's the upper stage of the rocket that you see right there. The venting that you see is the liquid oxygen that vents out from the top of the tank there from the core stage. That's normal. Liquid oxygen in replenish. The boiling of the tank below must vent off the super cold gaseous oxygen, and so that's what's happening there. And as soon as that super chilled gaseous oxygen reaches the atmosphere, it condenses the water vapor in the air, and that's how you have that that plume there. So the plan is, once the upper stage is tanked and in replenish mode, the launch team wants to proceed on with an important milestone called the pre-press test. Stand by. A quick update from the launch team. The team reporting that they lost boot containment on the ICPS LH2 QD boot. That's the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage. Quick disconnect that feeds the liquid hydrogen into the upper stage vehicle. This is something they've seen before. They went straight to their pre-plan. They're working that now. Not going to discuss this on the anomaly net. It's something that they expected, they've seen before, and they've got a pre-plan that they're going to work to get containment. Again, lost boot containment, which is the air that's contained inside the boot where that hydrogen quick disconnect goes into the ICPS. Got a pre-plan, and they're working that. Otherwise, as the upper stage loading continues, the plan is once the upper stage is in replenish mode, they're going to proceed forward with a pre-press test of the core stage. The pre-press test is pressurizing the tank by closing the vent on the liquid hydrogen side to prevent the boil-off gas from escaping. And then they're going to get the engines into a high flow bleed. And that high flow bleed is important because it's triggered inside of terminal count when it's critical for the RS-25 engines to be the right temperature for launch. So that pre-press test is still ahead of the team, something they're looking forward to. It's a big milestone here and one of the main test objectives of the day. The SLS rocket will launch an uncrewed Orion spacecraft from Launch Complex 39B if this test is successful. Launch Complex 39B, of course, is NASA's modernized spaceport at Kennedy. Once this rocket does launch, the Orion spacecraft will be sent into orbit around the Earth. It will deploy its solar arrays, and then the upper stage that we're fueling right now, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, will give the Orion spacecraft at the top of the rocket the big push called a translunar injection needed to leave Earth's orbit and travel towards the moon. The stats on the ICPS, on the LH2 side, it carries 10,000 pounds of liquid hydrogen. On the liquid oxygen, it's 53,000 pounds. Much smaller tanks than the core stage. If you'd like to learn more about the ICPS and the Artemis mission, go to our website at nasa.gov/Artemis. You see it on your screen there, nasa.gov/Artemis. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently in fast fill for liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen on the upper stage of the Space Launch System rocket. Again, we are currently in fast fill for both tanks in the upper stage of the rocket. Good looking shot right there, looking down on the rocket. The ICPS is connected to the Orion spacecraft right there at the top of the rocket. And the propellant that's flowing through the umbilical lines right now is flowing at fast fill. This is Artemis Launch Control. Quick update on the cryo loading for the upper stage. We are still in fast fill for both LH2 and liquid oxygen. Again, we are in fast fill for both tanks in the upper stage of the Space Launch System. We got about 20 minutes left, it looks like, for upper stage loading. And then the team will look at starting the next milestone, which is the pre-press test of the core stage. Top of the hour, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, as you look at the top of the rocket, the Space Launch System at Launch Complex 39B. We're currently in the midst of a test to demonstrate the cryogenic loading of the world's most powerful rocket, the Space Launch System, the moon rocket that you see right there. Currently, you can see we are venting off liquid oxygen at the top of the rocket, venting both the core stage, which is fully tanked, and we're venting off the upper stage. If we go back to that upper stage shot, just want to point something out. You can see the venting from this wide shot, but as you look there, you see the two small plumes at the top. That's the vent for the liquid oxygen tank in the upper stage of the rocket. And currently, we've been loading liquid oxygen for about 54 minutes into the upper stage, and we're about half full. So a little less than an hour left to complete the final load in that. The upper stage LOX is a 53,000 pound tank, much smaller, but the flow that goes into the line is also not as fast as it is for the core stage. And then, of course, you see the plume in the lower, just below those upper plumes. That is the core stage liquid oxygen venting now. Just super cold gas condensing water in the atmosphere. That warm Florida air, which we're about 77% humidity. So lots to see there. And then you see the two small ones at the top venting out. Those are for the ICPS, the upper stage. Everything nominal and looking good there. In fact, there's a close-up shot of it. It's a great shot by our team here at NASA TV. And you can see the propellant lines that go into the ICPS. Those umbilicals pull away, of course, once we lift off the rocket. Today is a test, though, and a test only, going down to the completion of a pre-press test on the core stage, and then our test will be complete. We've got a little bit to go on the liquid hydrogen upper stage. That's about a half hour left. So we're looking good there. Everything proceeding nominally there so far for the upper stage. Just to recap on the lower stage, had a really smooth loading of the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage, but then on the liquid hydrogen, ran into a leak, had a stop flow. But then the engineering team warmed that line up in an attempt to reseat the hydrogen line that goes in and connects to a seal that's right against the flight plate there. They were able to get it, to get that leak to substantially reduce, and as they increased pressure, got it to the point where the leak started coming down, which is what they want to see. They've been managing that, and it's been all good from there. Tanked the entire liquid hydrogen tank on the core stage, and now both of those tanks are in replenish. Got a little ice there at the bottom of the two nozzles that we can see. Actually, we can see three nozzles, three of the four nozzles of the RS-25 engines. A little ice formation, not a problem, say the engineers. That's all normal. While we're looking at the engines, just want to make a note, those engines, as part of the Boeing core stage, engines are designed by Aerojet Rocketdyne. And those engines have a history going back to the space shuttle program. And just to name them off as you see them there, all the way to the left is engine 3, which has the 4-digit identifier 2058. Engine 3 is involved in 6 flights during the space shuttle program, and all 6 of them were flights to the International Space Station. Behind engine number 3 is engine number 4 with the 2060 4-digit identifier. And 2060 was involved in 3 flights during the space shuttle program, including the last one, STS-135. Space Shuttle Atlantis, which launched from right here at the Kennedy Space Center in 2011. And then moving to the right in the foreground, that's engine number 2, 2056. It was involved in 4 space shuttle flights, including the Hubble telescope servicing mission. Great mission that was. A lot of history there with that engine. And then last but not least, and not appearing in your picture, right behind engine number 2 is engine number 1, 2045. Engine number 1 is involved in 12 space shuttle flights, including John Glenn's flight, the late senator and astronaut. And it was also on the final space shuttle mission. Quick engine history there. Thanks to the folks from Aerojet Rocketdyne for providing that information. Weather turned out to be good for today. Really good day for tanking. Had some storms offshore, but those were of no consequence to the loading operation. They moved right past that. You can see some clouds in the distance, even given some rain at this point, but launch weather officer is monitoring all of that. At this point, it's no impact, and we are green to proceed. The next step is the pre-press test of the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. And that is the final test of today's tanking mission. The pre-press test will involve the pressurizing of the LH2 tank and bringing it up to flight levels. So what this pre-press does is it mimics what happens to the LH tank in terminal count. They'll close the fill and drain valve. They'll terminate replenish. Pressurize that tank to flight levels, and then do a high flow bleed check. This high flow bleed will flow liquid hydrogen through those engines at the bottom to get them in the proper thermal condition for launch. Get them at the right temperature before they start flowing minus 423 degree Fahrenheit liquid hydrogen through there, along with liquid oxygen at minus 297. And when they combust, it'll be fast moving water vapor that'll come out of there, totaling about 2 million pounds of thrust. That's during launch. But the pre-press test, which is coming up, which will be a one-time test only, there's a big moment that launch team is looking forward here to starting up. It runs about an hour. Of course, we'll be tracking all the milestones along the way. Things are looking good here at the launch pad for the SLS rocket and today's test so far. That's all for now. This is Artemis Launch Control. When this rocket is ready for launch, it will be the first in a series of increasingly complex missions. Artemis 1 will provide a foundation for human deep space exploration and demonstrate NASA's commitment and its capability to extend human presence to the moon and beyond. To learn more about the Artemis 1 mission and the Space Launch System, go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-Roman numeral 1. quick programming note. In just a few minutes, we are going to be switching our coverage here on NASA's main public TV channel to coverage coming from our friends at the Johnson Space Center, covering the Soyuz launch and docking to the International Space Station with its 3 new crew members. Here at Kennedy, we'll continue coverage at the link you see on your screen below, youtube.com/NASA Gov Video, GOV, VIDEO. We will continue on the media channel covering the tanking test here at the Kennedy Space Center. If you want to remain with that, if you're on the channel now, you'll see no change in the programming. But again, if you're on NASA's public television station, then your coverage will switch to Johnson Control Center's coverage of the Soyuz docking to the International Space Station. Stand by for that. This is Artemis Launch Control. Upper stage LH2 is in Replenish. The upper stage LH2 tank is now in Replenish. That leaves the that leaves the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage left to go, probably about 20 minutes or so. And upon completion of the liquid oxygen upper stage, it'll be time for the pre-press test. Okay, folks, a little early on this, but we just got the go from the launch director given to the liquid hydrogen team to proceed with the pre-press test. Again, launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson giving the go to proceed with the liquid hydrogen pre-press test. This pre-press test will pressurize the liquid hydrogen tank to flight levels. Going to close off the vent line, terminate the replenish, and then start a engine bleed with high flow that saturates the engines at the bottom of the rocket to super cold temperatures that would be ready to receive a flow of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen through those engines for startup. It's an important moment, an important test for the team. So the LHY team will start a control loop that cyclically pressurizes the tank. They'll open the vent valve, which will help control the temperature. And if successful, it'll validate that pressure control algorithm. This pre-press test is critical for terminal count. During terminal count at T-minus 4 minutes and 40 seconds is when the high flow bleed will start for a launch countdown. It'll run about 4.5 minutes. It'll get the engines to exactly the right temperature for launch. Launch team to this point haven't been able to validate this procedure yet. I have the opportunity to do that now. This is Artemis Launch Control. The core stage pre-press test has begun on the LH2 tank. The core stage pre-press test has begun.
as the pre-press test is happening. The liquid oxygen tank, just an update on that, in the upper stage is continuing to load. The LOX tank in the upper stage is still loading. And welcome back to those watching NASA Television's public channel. We are live at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the final moments of a cryogenic demonstration test of the Space Launch System rocket. Final test, a pre-pressurization of the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. This is something that would happen in the final minutes of a countdown to get the engines ready to go. Tank is pressurized. A high flow bleed is drawn through the 4 RS-25 engines. Then once the temperature is right, the engines are lit. 6 seconds later, boosters ignite and the rocket lifts off. Today is just a test of a procedure that happens in the final 4 minutes and 40 seconds of terminal count. All is going well so far. LH2 core stage tank pressurization has begun. The replenish valve has closed. This is the one that replenishes liquid hydrogen as it boils off and just replaces what is lost. The fill and drain valve is now closed. This is the one that filled it to 100% or close to 100%. This is the 8-inch line right there. That's now closed. And the vent valve towards the top has closed, and so now the tank is pressurizing. Engineers watching the telemetry and data closely, as are we. Cryo team is monitoring the leak at the QD. It went above its 4% hydrogen concentration threshold. But the team does have a contingency plan to allow that to happen for no more than 5 minutes. The tank continues to pressurize and it is stable. The leak is stable at around 4%. CLOX just came in with a report that they have finished fast fill. That's the liquid oxygen in the upper stage. They are in replenish now. Update on the pre-press test. The engineering or the launch team has achieved the pressure they were looking for in the engines, the RS-25 engines, through the high flow engine bleed. They've got it to the proper delta P they were looking for. It's a tight range, but they've got it in spec. Big accomplishment there. You can see the cryogenic team in the middle there, monitoring the test. The test is now complete. The test is now complete. Again, there was a leak that was in the 4% range. This is from the quick disconnect, 8-inch QD right there at that location, but it was stable throughout the test, which is a good sign. Stand by. Now with the test complete, the liquid hydrogen team is preparing to get back into loading the core stage. Part of this pre-press test is they closed off the fill and drain, which is basically the fuel line that puts liquid hydrogen right there at that location. Now they're going to reopen that valve to put back the propellant that was lost while they had it closed up and pressurized during the test. With the pre-press test complete, the LHY team now wanting to get the upper stage into Replenish. And we are back in Replenish on the core stage. The core stage liquid hydrogen is now back in Replenish. Team working now on the upper stage that you see there. Trying to get that upper stage LH2 dialed in. There's a loop that adds propellant, and it's gone over the amount, and so they're just trying to get that calibrated so that it settles the LH2 tank at exactly 100%. They're currently working that right now. I need to correct some information about the hydrogen leak that was observed during the pre-press test. That was on the 4-inch QD for the engine bleed line. Again, that was for the engine bleed. It was a stable, but different leak, not on the 8-inch fill and drain. 8-inch fill and drain was isolated. It wasn't in play. But that leak was observed in the, again, the 4-inch QD quick disconnect on the engine bleed. Okay, the cryo team just updated the NASA test director on the results of the pre-press test. Currently, we are back into nominal auto replenish for the core stage liquid hydrogen tank. That's good news. Engineers report that the pre-press test went very well. They were able to dial in the bleed position on those engines. The pre-press control, in fact, got them dialed in pretty quickly. You may remember I mentioned this test was scheduled to take about an hour, and it took far less than that, less than 15 minutes. Engineers say that that pre-press control got them dialed in pretty quickly, and they were able to raise and lower pressure within the range, within the desired range, just to get a feel for its limits and how it moves within that range. So it went really well. They've got that part dialed in. The liquid hydrogen team also addressed the increase in concentrations of hydrogen detected during the pre-press. This is the leak. So they reported it got up to a little over 5% in the cavity. This is likely the 4-inch bleed QD. This is the line that carries the liquid hydrogen out of the engines after they've run through the engines and super chilled them. They saw it go a little over 5% during max pressure on the bleed system, but as the flow continued, they reported that the leak rate lowered on its own through no input on their side. If we were in terminal count, which is what this was testing, it would have been a violation and stopped the count, but for the ground rules that were set for today, they were within those, and the launch team's looking forward to getting back that data and taking a close look at it. Currently still dialing in the LH2 load on the upper stage. Still working that replenish in the upper stage, but the hydrogen team reporting that they're almost done with that. So we're looking to get confirmation of that. Once we do, we've asked Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the launch director for the Artemis program, to come in and give us a report, and then we'll close out the show. She's currently talking to the launch team, as you can see there, next to her assistant launch director, Jeremy Graber. Look forward to talking to her in just a bit. For now, this is Artemis Launch Control. Okay, we got an update now from the liquid hydrogen team reporting that they were able to get their replenish loop dialed in, successfully making some adjustments to that, and they're happy with that. And so they're reporting a successful completion of that objective and all objectives for the test today. Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson just completing a conversation on the loops with the launch team. And they report to her that they met all of the test objectives for today's cryogenic demonstration test. At that point, a go for cutoff was given, and that puts the ground launch sequencer into a safing sequence, which comes just before they begin detanking the vehicle, draining it of all of its super chilled propellants, all 4 tanks in the upper stage, the 2 tanks in the upper stage, and the 2 tanks in the core stage. Good news there all the way around. Charlie Blackwell Thompson now getting ready to do a debrief for their team, while we await a final closeout interview for our broadcast today. Stand by. This is Artemis Launch Control. This is Artemis Launch Control at the completion of the Artemis 1 cryogenic demonstration test. I'm Daryl Nail with NASA Communications, and with all of the test objectives met, we have Charlie Blackwell Thompson with us, the launch director for the Artemis mission. Thanks for being here, Charlie. Charlie just wrapped up comments with her launch team after a long day of testing and a challenging day at times, but overall, a lot of success. I want to get your thoughts, Charlie, on how the test went in your mind.
Well, I think the test went really well. We went into this test, we wanted to learn, we wanted to evaluate the TSMU, the LH2 TSMU under cryogenic conditions, understanding that we had done both an 8-inch and a 4-inch seal removal and replacement out at the pad. And we got into our loading operations. We had a new loading procedure that we had in place. It was very purposeful in the way in which we went through the loading ops. We wanted to be, we called it kinder, gentler, where we really monitored the temperatures and the pressures across the interface. And once we got into what we call our fast fill operations, we did notice as the pressure came up that we did see a leak in the plate cavity at the 8-inch QD. We went through our pre-plan. We have utilized it a couple of times where we stop flow and we allow it to warm up, and then we reinitiate. When we reinitiated flow, we began to raise the pressures back up to get back into a fast fill configuration, and we were successful in that. So we did not see the same leak signature, which was wonderful. It allowed us to go through our loading profile all the way to core stage replenish. We also loaded the upper stage today as well, went through our kickstart bleed, went through our pre-press test. So all of the objectives that we set out to do, we were able to accomplish today.
And it was impressive just to watch and take in and listen to the engineers as they work through those leaks. Again, just impressive work. I wonder what your thoughts are on these seals, which, as you mentioned, were replaced. You're learning a lot. There's a lot of data yet to look at. What are your early thoughts about how they're behaving and what a path forward might be?
Well, I think you got to always take the data and go look at what it tells you. One of the pieces of data very encouraging to me was as we raised the pressure, we actually saw the leak go down. And,
on the 8-inch QD.
Yes.
Yep.
And so this is a pressure seal, pressure-assisted seal. So that was very encouraging. And then, we saw the leak rate really taper off. So we'll go take all the data from this event, the early data, the data all the way through loading, through our pre-press tests. The engineers and the team will go take a close look at that and evaluate what we learned today. And then we'll certainly be applying that as we get ready for launch.
The big question is, as you just mentioned, getting ready for launch. What does that mean? And what are the chances for a launch here on the 27th?
Well, I think we'll take the data and we'll go see what it tells us. I am extremely encouraged by the test today, getting through all the objectives, and we're setting up in our scrub turnaround to begin replenishment ops in preparation for our launch day. Well, like I said, we'll go take a look at the data. I think I don't like to get ahead of the data. And so I'd like the team to have the opportunity to go look at it, to see if there are changes we need to make to our loading procedure, our timelines, or if we're, good as is. But I'd like the team to have an opportunity to look at that before I speculate.
And last question on the team itself. As we encountered that first leak, you could kind of feel the room deflate just a little bit. And then as they worked it and got past it, there was a lifting, so to speak, of the room. Talk about kind of what you went through when you were observing this and what you saw your team and how they reacted.
Well, I'm really proud of the team. I think they reacted well. You're going to be disappointed when you see a leak, and I think that's normal. But what they did is they went and looked at what are our contingency procedures, what do we have in place, how do we work our way through it, and they went through those ops just as I would expect them to do. And we were successful in managing our way through it. And you're right, as we began to see that those contingency procedures were successful, certainly there was a lift within the room. But I couldn't be more proud of the team today and the work that they did.
And so now you march on and get that data, take a look at it, and see where it leads us. Charlie Blackwell Thompson, Launch Director for Artemis, appreciate you being here. Thanks for taking the time, and that'll wrap it up for us here at NASA TV and the Kennedy Space Center. Our our test coverage complete today. And stay tuned to all of our social media channels for more information and updates about where we go from here. I want to just say that with regards to the Artemis program, it is a new era of lunar exploration. NASA and its partners will lead humanity forward to the moon and prepare us for the next giant leap, the human exploration of Mars. If you'd like to learn more about Artemis 1, just go to our website, nasa.gov/Artemis-the Roman numeral 1. For all of us here at the Kennedy Space Center and NASA, I'm Daryl Nail. Have a great evening.